Alright, welcome everybody, alright, welcome everybody, alright, welcome everybody, alright, as advertised in my, 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 advertised in my, advertised in my, advertised in Thank you for that, Tron Travolta. Yeah, I think the echo should be gone, or the repeating overlay. I thought I muted that feature because what I'm doing is I'm responding to the Twitch chat in case there are comments. But yeah, I think that fixed. Thanks for letting me know before I got too deep into whatever I'm talking about. But yeah, I haven't played in 5 days, but I did see on Twitter that Grixis control is starting to be more popular. For those who are curious, I'll bring up a sample deck list. Here's one. So it runs 4 copies of Hidetsugu Consumes All, which is problematic for us. Like, this is 4 main deck sweepers that hits everything but an Elvish Visionary and a Dreaded Arbor, right? Notably, these red decks have a hard time dealing with hey Mike. Notably, these red decks with Lightning Bolt have a hard time dealing with a thresholded, or maybe not threshold, but the I like to joke as threshold, but the buff version of Elvish Reclaimer. But this card cleanly deals with it, and unlike something like Toxic Deluge, doesn't cost life. Yeah, this card is pretty insane. I ran into it actually before I went on vacation as well. I think I paired against Danny Ground myself, but I don't remember the exact details. But yeah, I got game 1 and I lost games 2 and 3. I did punt, I think I forget which game it was. One of the games where I didn't sequence correctly, and I could not, I allowed them to daze Undoing, which is fine, but I did not sequence correctly so I could double Thoughtseize, and their hand was double Plague Engineer. So, lesson learned, right? Like, the sequencing cost me there because it was kind of moot point to take 1 Plague Engineer following the Daze Undoing. Yeah, so my guess is this deck lines up real well against 8 cast because of the Meltdown and the Hidetsugu Consumes All. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly. If somebody knows I'm pronouncing it wrong and knows the correct pronunciation, feel free to correct me at any time. Notably, yeah, this card is very good against the against Elves. Is real good against 8 casts. Not like okay against DNT because they only have Mom and Aether Vial, and can handle the constructs out of the saga. So pretty strong card overall. And then something that we will potentially run into in this league, which would be nice. I mean, I say that even though it's bad for us potentially, but I think the practice is better than I'd rather get the practice in against the bad matchups. The unfortunate thing is I don't think I will be able to play the showcase, unfortunately, this weekend. So y'all can pack up your submerges and blazing ball, not blazing ball, and the festivities, because there's gonna be one less elf player. But regardless, I think I do want to test against this new deck. I only ran into it once before, and it did feel like I punted against the deck against Danny Ground. So yeah, there's a showcase challenge. So Josh, it's a showcase, right? If it's a regular challenge, I don't typically play those. So um, I mean, I think most people know that already who follow me that I don't really play the normal challenges just because I don't have the time, nor do I really care enough to. Yeah, so it kills everything but Murktide out of Delver, which is like highly relevant. Um, some of these sweepers traditionally like Toxic Deluge or uh, Dead of Winter have problems with it. This actually answers all the one drops really cleanly without giving up life. I believe Josh it starts at 8 o'clock, but don't quote me on that. Actually, I can bring it up here. Let's do a quick search. I usually just Google Moto Premiere. Alright, so for those who are looking to play, it looks like it is at 8 o'clock Pacific time. So adjust your calendar appropriately for anybody who wants to play. So, but without further ado, I think we can go ahead and, well, let me bring up the deck list real quick before we get started again. But yeah, here's the signature card from the new deck. But I think our list hasn't really changed, and for those who follow me, especially on my socials like Patreon, um, my list hasn't really changed. Granted, I haven't played in 5 days too, so but even before that, I felt this list was really good. And shout out to Inigo, username Runcore for top aiding the Saturday challenge with not identical to my 75. For those who are curious, he's a patron of mine, but also has helped me, with this stream. So I want to give Inigo the credit that he deserves. But he ran a modified 75. Yeah, so that's Runcor's insignia, for those who don't know. But he ran a modified 75 of what I'm running, and I think he won his first 4 rounds, and then lost the next two. But because he had won the first 4 rounds, had the best tiebreakers to squeak it in there for the top 8. But yeah, I think this list is real good because I think besides maybe Grixis Control now and 8 which I definitely think both Grixis Control may be a little bit harder of a matchup, but at 8 I think being good is good for Elves. So I actually think Elves is one of the big winners from the new Kamigawa set because we got to add in a 3 of in the deck. And I mean, the only thing better than that is adding in a 4 of, right? Which the Grixis Control and the Kappa decks, so to speak, got to do. But even though there's no recursion with Loam, this card is just incredible because it's probably the closest thing that we've had to Force of Will, maybe ever, besides Leyline of the Void, which is in general just a sideboard card, right? But without further ado, we can get ahead and get started. Clockwork Dean. I always think it's cool how some of these usernames don't have the underscore. So I mean, I know we don't have that. That's like one of the things I wish I could have, but I don't think they allow that anymore. So it's nice to be grandfathered in there. Not a great hand per se, but I, in general, would try to. Thank you for the follow, Dilson Sup Mezzis, I think. Ooh, that's a lot of legendary lands there. So in general, I typically refrain from. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty nuts, right, Mike? Like this card is, I don't know, actually it's not in our hand, but like these legendary lands with no drawback besides being vulnerable to Wasteland are pretty nuts for these. I wouldn't say every deck can play it. Obviously, a monocolor deck like us. I mean, we splash black, obviously, but more or less a monocolored deck. It is, while not free, I would say the cost is pretty low. Here we're gonna be a little bit flooded, and we have Heritage Druid already. So I think I'm actually gonna do the opposite of what I normally do, which is not take the Gaia's Cradle because we're a little bit flooded already. Granted, we're playing against a deck with a lot of mana DI, but I do think the Heritage Druid is kind of a big deal. So not the matchup generally want to play against, but I do think in the interest of getting practice, I think this is like kind of ideal. If I mean, I don't really care about leagues in general. In terms of results, I like win or lose, right? Sometimes, even in wins, I consider it a little bit dangerous if like I know my opponent misplayed, for instance. Interesting. Actually, I should turn off auto you. Interesting. So I don't know if this is like the new build or something. I saw something about 8 mulch. I did not really take it seriously, but apparently this is a thing. It feels like I'm getting comboed out here. But hard to say. They didn't play another land drop, which makes me okay. What did they? Okay, I need to look at this again. All right, so they put a whole bunch in. Interesting. Why would they play the Wasteland? That doesn't make any sense. I think Mike, I think it's both, right? I think he's got sagas and feud. Yeah, for sure. My general, I know like that's something that's been popularized by Alan Wu. I think there is worth to leagues, but more so like getting your mechanics clean, not so much the results themselves. So what I mean by that is one thing I need to improve on is against some of these rogue decks. I showed my tracking ever since Yug and Inigo asked me to do it, and he was pretty impressed by like how many matches were positive. But one of the negative matchups in terms of like sub 50% was these rogue decks. And I know one of my weaknesses is I tend to not play optimally against these decks because kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I autopilot a little bit through them because I don't really expect to play against them much. And it's something I think I need to clean up against because there is a chance you run into these rogue decks in a bigger event and you don't want to develop bad habits per se. So again, man, they're drawing a lot of cards here. It's interesting that they're not adding I mean, they could just like, I guess I guess that's why they're doing it all together with field. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think I understand what Mike's, you know, hinting at now. This is kind of nuts, actually. Yeah, for sure, Mike. And I do want to give, some recognition slash shout out to Mike too, for supporting the stream. He's subscribed a few times already, and I definitely appreciate that. Being, I would say I would consider myself kind of a new, at least on the newer side of streaming, and it's nice to get the support for sure, or feel like I'm doing something right. And if I'm doing something wrong, always feel free to let me know what you like or don't like that I do. Um, Not opposed to constructive criticism per se. So I think here we're kind of scared of Tabernacle, but they don't have one. So the line here, I believe, is now we're just gonna try to one shot them with natural order. It's gonna be kind of devastating. Oh my god, all these fetch lands I just realized too. Yeah, so if anybody who, like I said, I have not played in 5 days. Is this like the new lands build now, or is this just a one-off? Not that I enjoy the lands matchup per se, anyways, but if their build is different, probably something to be mindful of. Looks like something's happening here, or they're thinking about something. The only thing I can think of is the Horizon, like maybe they have a response to like answer the symbiote. Yeah, the Boseiju can hit the field. The only thing is we're a little bit behind already, right? Like, I don't know if that's like a winning line, Josh, is the only thing. Because even if we hit the field here, it's still gonna be at least 20 power. Okay, so it seems like Mike has played against this opponent as well. But like I said, I think our best chance here is probably to try to go over the top with natural order. I don't think we're winning any kind of grindy matchup here. This is kind of cool. I don't know if like this is like common that they are able to triple winding way slash mulch us, but regardless, right? Pretty cool. Here we can draw another card. I think it's actually better to just stick the collective. So here, this is what I mean. Actually cancel. So we can untap and then play another thing. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna play my Heritage Druid and then play the Collector, and then we're just gonna try to represent lethal on the next turn. It's a lit. Yeah, we do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pitch the symbiote and pitch the collective. Yeah, so we need to block 2 zombies, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is on the faster side. It just felt like we were so behind here. Everybody in, I mean, it's gotta be right. I think here we just block this way. We'll take 18. Given our hand, there's really no need to bounce. We're probably dead. I think they were on the play too, like so. Not really much I think we could have done here. We didn't know what they were on. There's a chance I mold that hand otherwise. I think here, unfortunately, we're at 1. So right here, if we pitch, it's not lethal because it's 15 damage plus 16, 17, 22, and they have 8 blockers. Actually, more than that because of Saga. So to me, the line here is we have to visionary into a cradle. right? Because they can absorb now 12 powers with 27. So yeah, the line, like I said, is we're gonna try to visionary into a cradle, and then even that I think is short, but that actually yeah. So we're just dead here. We would have been able to do 18, 19, 20, 25. So yeah, we were short regardless. All right, that was kind of nuts. The good thing is now I guess we're aware of what they're up to. I think I want to keep the one endurance. The one run of foul is nice too. Did they have depths? Did they ever reveal depths? I should look at the log. Didn't seem like it. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't. Okay, let's see. But we could have actually, if we picked up a druid to untap the vision and block with a vision instead of the waterwood. No, I don't think it would have mattered. Josh. Yeah, that's a good point. You could like optimize the mana a little bit better. I feel like they're pretty all in on like this Field of the Dead combo. Possibly we don't want the run of foul here. Yeah, so that's the other thing, right? I just wanted to optimize mana. I didn't want to like think too hard about it. I think in a bigger or higher stakes event, maybe I actually take the time to calculate. But I feel like the bottleneck there was mana, not like we needed the guy's cradle, and even then, there's just too many zombies on board already, anyways, right? I don't even think the ley line is like good here, right? Like they didn't have loam. I mean, maybe we boarded it anyways because I'm almost certain they have loam because of mana bond. But since our the cards we're boarding out are not that great. I think we keep actually. When in doubt, lead with a reclaimer. Uh, possibly starting off on the wrong foot tonight, but this is a hard matchup. Significantly better now, actually with Baseju, but what was previously, I would say maybe even 2080 or 3070 is probably now 10%, right? Because of the Baseju. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So here I played the Druid because I wanted the mana. Worst case scenario, I can like pitch Endurance for like Cradle mana next turn. That's annoying. Typically, we can beat these Wasteland decks. It's just hard when they have. That is their first mistake. It's just hard when they have Wasteland plus Loam. Maybe there's a Loam here. That would be kind of bad. I think we have to do it here. And then we bog the right after. Typically, I don't like to do that, but it just happens that we had the bog here. The reason why I pitched the Arbor is because we're trying to land drop with bog anyways, in case they have the loam, which they did, and the glimpse allows us to rebuild from being down a card there, down two cards. The nice thing is you know, it's like a two for two, right? Because they wastelanded to do that into a reclaimer activation. That's a little late, but okay. I'd be curious to see what they do here. It does, Mike. That you're not the first person to mention that, and it more than ever gets boarded out a lot now, or it gets boarded out more than ever now. Is it this deck is more of a natural order deck, the way it plays out. The glimpse is like our version of just expressive iteration, which is like still good. Don't get me wrong. Like it's still ancestral recall. It's just not what it once was in this deck. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just like really awkward in this situation, right? That is quite annoying. Man. All right. That kind of changed my plan, I think. Um, we're not gonna be able to cast the ley line, so I think I'm gonna do it this way. Hmm. They can make sagas pretty soon. I shouldn't. That's bad sequencing. I should have just decided what I did and then played the land drop next main. There's a chance they make a 2/2 here, but do we care? Probably not. Although, actually, with this Tabernacle, I think we have to play safe and protect our guy's cradle. We'll see what they do. The good thing is, the Tabernacle is awkward. Makes their saga awkward too. Yeah, agreed, Mike. So you just mentioned the line that I was referring to, right? They map for Wasteland, and then especially if the Saga gets Needle on Reclaimer, then it's gonna get real awkward. But if they Needle on Reclaimer, it is what it is, right? Sure. Wow, they even have this. Interesting. The good thing is no pressure. The bad thing is, oh, there's that Wasteland we talked about. Sure. I'm gonna deck thin here. I think we really need to draw relevant cards. Hmm. Queer Ranger would be pretty nice here. Fortunately, not what we have. I think here we're just gonna Green Sun for Visionary, see what that draws us. Oh shit, the cage. Okay. There is a mistake number one, right? Like I got rusty there. Given that I haven't played in 5 days, this is quite bad now. Maybe they just don't have loam. Like, actually, that's not true. We saw it earlier. I think our best game plan from here on out. Ooh, that's interesting. Is gonna be to try to aggro them out with Reclaimer and Druid. If we draw a land here, it's gonna be pretty nice. Nope. That bog actually hurt us a lot. Yeah, this is gonna be not good, in my opinion. I'm a little bit hesitant about this card now. If they have endurance, so be it. And I think they do. No, never mind. Ooh, this aggro plan might actually get there. That's gotta be searching up a wasteland. Yeah. Yikes, never mind. Huh. The good thing is, in case we run against this person again, we'll know what to expect going forward. Sure. Instant regret. I think we just let the. Oh, man, this is tough. There's no point in really playing other creatures because we're gonna let things die. We gotta get the field off the board. It's kind of a disaster. They draw land here, which they likely will. It's not a disaster, but like, ah, man. I think I'm gonna just let the Heritage Druid die. Like, this is not good. Oh my god. This is what I kind of hate about Leyline sometimes. Like, you draw it and it's kind of bad. I don't think we're winning this game now. And they have the loam to pick up the Tabernacle too, so I just do not think we're winning this game now. We had a small window, which is typically what happens against this deck, and we didn't capitalize. Also, I'm not like familiar playing against this version, so there was a little bit of a learning curve. Um, Overall, I don't think the last two games were close, but I also think we probably didn't play optimally, given that we didn't really know what to expect. Very possible I like misboarded against them too, not knowing what they have. I'd be curious if they're doing well with the deck or not. It's definitely felt like it lined up against excuse me, against us, but I don't know if that was typical of how things play out for them, or if this is just a good matchup for them. The way their deck is operating, it's almost like a combo deck, right? They just want to find their mulch and their winding ways to combo with their exploration and mana bond. Loam is like pretty good there too, but I don't think they really need it given the card event. All right. If Justin is on what I think he's on, this is like a very tough matchup. The Curses matchup. I The good thing is I do think it's significantly better than before because of Aseju. So we'll see. Before you just okay, they are on it. What? What's going on? Before you're just dead to curse of misfortunes, right? Okay, so they're like an aggro deck, I guess. Interesting. All right. I think here, in case it matters later on, we probably just want to save the Beseju to answer whatever artifact they might have. Like I'm treating this almost like a spell against said player. Otherwise, like taking a reclaimer there or is not unreasonable because you can fire off your glimpse. But there's like a decent chance that we hit a one drop anyways. And I don't think we care about aggro decks in general. Sure. So here, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna visionary to see what we draw, and then I'm gonna use potentially the green sun to get a wirewood. There's also a chance if they wasteland us, I don't bounce the visionary because I want the mana. I think that's actually one of the biggest mistakes players will make. They will autopilot to bouncing visionary every turn when that's not necessarily the correct play. And again, I don't think we care about their damage. Like that's not really the reason why we're winning or losing. Eventually, it'll kill us, but it's again not the reason why we're winning or losing. They haven't played the wasteland yet. I think we take the chance, right? Like if they have it, they have it. Not the card I want to see. All right. I think we do it this way, and I'm just gonna ramp because I want to natural hoof the next turn. So outside of a wasteland here, I think we we'll win. Again, we don't care about the damage. I'll just take 3, go to 10, and we'll see what they do. Looks like another prismatic ending, which is fine. Strix? No. Do we play 2 Dread? If so, isn't fetching Arb up the turn for credit? Not quite, because I want another attacker, Mike. Also, plays around the wasteland better. But I understand what you're saying. What I want to do is hardcast the hoof. Sure. So I think we have lethal here. Like a few ways to Sunday. Yeah, see, if I didn't do it the way we did it there, we would be actually short mana. Or short attackers, really. Also, this plays around a wasteland, too, which this feels like the type of deck that would have wasteland. You know, without knowing what they have in their deck. Um, I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of shenanigans that they have with the Sarcomancy. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Um, it kind of feels like they're gonna aggro deck, so I think it's like really awkward, right? I kind of want if they have the wasteland, right? Like we don't have the extra mana, Mike. In this situation we weren't, but if they, I was playing around with wasteland there. The other thing is we would have to spend 1 mana instead of our land drop to get the cradle for more creatures on board. So there's a big difference there between using the green sun for the arbor and not, right? The following turn. But what you're saying is not wrong. It is free in the sense that it will, the mana will be covered by the cradle that I'm planning to play, but so if we fetch Bayou, we pay for 2 for Visionary. If we fetch Arbor, Cradle taps for 3. I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure. Essentially, what I'm doing there is I'm playing around their wasteland. But yeah, if you can describe exactly what you mean, or if you got it, either way is fine. I think this is definitely a Progenitus matchup. Um, Also, part of me wants Thoughtseize because they're bound to have Plague Engineer. And their clock didn't seem super fast, so maybe that's okay. Um, I don't think Bog is gonna be relevant. Same as Oof and Endurance. I don't like Heritage Druids in these black, well, just in general, but especially in these black decks that try to quad engineer me. Um, I think aside from that, it's probably okay. Like their clock didn't seem that fast. I think the matchups I definitely want to test against is always blue red delver, but more so like lands. The harder matchups I think are more worthwhile in these leagues. What else? I think testing against the new Grixis control deck would be pretty cool, given that I've only had 1 match so far against it, and that was like before it became really trendy. And when I say trendy, I just go off what I see on Twitter, right? Like I had seen that list before, but again, only one person was playing it, and the card did look pretty nuts in that list. Um, for whatever that's worth, might be a brainstorm response here. Another card could be is Flusterstorm. All right, so it's Brainstorm. A question I get asked a lot, or that I see people haven't really, and I get why, haven't really made the move that I have in going down to 3 Sword Shepherd. For those who are curious, it's felt just fine, and if anything, I kind of want to go to 2. I know that's gonna sound blasphemous, but I just don't think you need 4. Like, the only reason why I'm running three copies is because of the Chalice matchups and because of the blue combo matchups that run Force of Will. So like the Sneak and Shows, the Doomsday, and any Chalice of the Void deck, I think it's like really good. What is going on? All right, sure. I think I just take this card. They have two Enlightened Tutors, so it's kind of moot point. They might Engineer Plague me, which is kind of annoying. Oh, okay, so they're Yori on deck, which is interesting. So here I'm gonna leave with a Reclaimer because it plays. Ooh, this is kind of nice. I think we take the ending here. And I think here, I kind of want to save the Boseiju in case they have something annoying. So what I will I mean, to be fair, Mike, there was once upon a time, actually even now, there are still some, you know, members of the elf community who still want. I'm still on their wanted list for cutting Nettle Sentinel and eventually Korean Ranger. So I know it's like these crazy decks out here, but like it wasn't too long ago that people considered my build the crazy version. Crazy as in like what am I doing? So for whatever that's worth. Granted, I know it's like I wouldn't say stock, but like common now. But yeah, there's that. All right, so I think here we just fire off the Glimpse of Nature, and then hopefully we hit. What this does is if they do Engineer Plague us, and that's a throwback there, but if they do Engineer Plague us, at least we would have, got our money's worth, so to speak. The nice thing is, even an Engineer Plague here only kills really nothing. Maybe the a symbiote if they like try to next level me. It's got to be an E tutor here, so I'm gonna take this off. That's fair. I for some reason I think I knew what this did before. Oh my god. Sure. Thank goodness for our Boseiju, right? I think here we. I want to say we bounce just in case. Actually, no, yeah, that's fine. That is fine. So thank goodness for Boseiju, right? Like we're. This is what I say. This is kind of like the green force as well. Like we've never had access to this like I wouldn't say nonsense, but cards that we just don't have room to answer, so to speak. Let's see what we find here. That is one of the worser hits I've had. Jesus. Huh. Yeah, it's just like nonsense that we lose to sometimes. Oh man, this is like pretty bad. I think shoot, I guess I take the huff, but definitely not ideal. And then I'm gonna pass. It does, thirsty. Inigo has done it a few times already. It's just like yeah, again, Elves is not a deck. Some people play Rex. I just don't think Rex Age is a real card. for legacy purposes at least. Ooh. I think here we're gonna play the shepherd. Sorry, my mistake. We're gonna get the shepherd, and then we're gonna. Ooh, actually, let's do it this way. Actually, I can't. That was a mistake. So I'm doing it here because I want the draw off the visionary. That's actually a pretty good card. I think here we're just gonna pitch that. We have the progenitus now, which is nice. And then we can still draw. I did this way because I don't want to accidentally draw the progenitus. This is a sequencing issue. Here, I don't think I want to attack. And then we'll see what our opponent does. They may E-tutor again, but I mean, they do it, right? Like, what can we do? Like, what are the odds they're gonna run 2 humilities? I mean, it's not 0, but like, it's unlikely. Engineer play, sure. So this is what I thought they were gonna do, and it's like these enchantments now all just look really silly against us, right? Like, we're just gonna bounce. That's fine. They can hit the shepherd. I don't think I care. Like, we have lethal here. Like, through multiple things. I could. Okay, so they had the force. All right, sure. I'm kind of glad that I left got the green sun there, right? I think we just bash with all. I think there's really no need to. Should be game. Sure. But yeah, I was saying like our deck historically. I don't want to play Rex Sage. I just don't think it's a efficient card. 4 mana just to kill enchantment or artifact. And anybody who knows me, I like to punish combo decks, and kind of hard to do that when you don't run Force of Will. So Engineer Plague was out, Mike. So I think they don't have to worry about Green Sun for 1, right? I think unless I'm missing something that you're saying. Shepherd doesn't work on that board state because of the Engineer Plague. And we were short. Well, I guess yeah, I think we were short mana. I could be wrong. No, no worries, Mike. I forget all the time. So this person's always on like these black white. I forgot what they're called. The black white decks. With Stoneforge Mystic and like Dark Confidant, Dead Gael. Typically, like these matchups are like high variance. if they go turn, I've easily lost game ones to them where they go turn one, you know, Dark Ritual Opposition Age or something like that on me, and I just lose. Or sometimes I just like they have the hate that doesn't line up. I think, given our board state here, I like the Visionary a lot. I typically don't like in fair matchups Heritage Druid. That card is more just like a necessary evil that does stuff in fair matches, but really, you don't want to be too far behind in terms of speed in the unfair matchups. Not to mention lands is one of our hardest matchups, and I will say Heritage Druid, other than maybe Reclaimer, is probably the second best card, best creature in the deck for that given matchup. We're gonna save the Passager because it's almost like our, answer for Stoneforge if they have it right. I'd play four if I could, but the Legend rule will probably be an issue. So the Thoughtseize here are pretty good. They probably take the Heritage, I would imagine. This card doesn't really do anything against them. We'll see. Some people will take the wrong card because of reputation, right? Like this card has a reputation. Yeah, so there you go. For being very good against these blue decks, but it's a little bit overrated in my opinion. Ooh, that's quite the draw. I lose the one damage, but in case they screwed up and have removal, I don't want to be able to not play the Visionary again here, right? Like the one damage is not worth the off chance that they screwed up. Looks like they did. Yeah. See, this is what I mean, right? Sure. I think we're gonna have a really nice turn right here. I could, yeah, in case it matters, I'm gonna do it this way. Normally, if I don't have another Cradle in my hand, what I would do is play another land. There's no way they block. They shouldn't, at least. Um, yeah, so I leave a chance there to, have a bigger turn, right? In case of playing the land drop there. If you don't have the Cradle in hand, or if you need it, unless you play to that out, I typically would just take the free mana up front from playing the creature off the fetch land. Hopefully that makes sense. If somebody didn't get it, let me know and I can explain in further detail. Sequencing is so important, I think, for elves because part of the disadvantage of playing this deck is the deck is very difficult to play, and you're more susceptible to game losing mistakes. On the other side, though, is if you can get past that point, I do feel the deck has an advantage in the sense that because it is hard to play, it is also hard to play against, and as a result, it is not. It's pretty common for my opponents to kill the wrong thing or like prioritize disrupting or answering the wrong creature or spell against me. If this was game two, I would play around Mimer Trap. but there's no need here. I One of my hidden secrets is if I can afford to, I will run spells into Mindbreak Trap. And the reason being is because it gives my opponent the illusion that Mindbreak Trap is working, and instead of playing another hate card, Mindbreak Trap tends to be good against the decks that I don't want to face, namely like Belcher, TES, Ruby Storm, things that want to go off turn one exactly. And if more people play Mindbreak Trap, it's good. Two reasons. I don't think it's pretty good against Elves, and I will try to almost give the illusion that's effective against me, so people will continue playing it instead of a more hateful card like Grafdigger's Cage or something. Um, and simultaneously, it's good against the things I care about, namely the turn one Storm decks. Like Oops is another one. So I guess I just wonder why we don't fetch Arbor more often when we have fetched Power Cradle, which is a net even to having fetch land do it when we don't have it. I still do it a good amount, Mike. The reason why we don't do it maybe as much as we did a year ago is because there's no more Queen Rangers, right? It's a little bit more dangerous to do when they have removal. So you don't want to get like, so a removal spell like Swords or Bolt is almost like the equivalent of getting hit with a Stifle, right? So I do not want to expose my Arbors to that if I don't have like a Reclaimer to protect it, right? It's not that I don't do it as much as more. It's just a little bit more dangerous without Queen Ranger. So hopefully that answered your question. I know that seemed like more of a generic question, so that's why I answered the way I did. I think here, like, we decide between whether we want the Assassin Trophy or the Thoughtseize. I think, given that they're more of like a creature deck, against these creature decks, I tend to like Trophy. The problem is Trophy doesn't really line up well against them, and they have Plague Engineer. Um, I think I will hedge towards this because I think that is more likely to happen, and I think we can cut the Outsource Shepherds, which are just awful against them. Argument to be made, which is even run like a Trophy, right? I think this is like reasonable enough. Obviously, this needs a hit creature, but we do play a lot. And then for those curious, yeah, I boarded. I typically will board in trophies, but I just don't think it's that great against them. And if an engineer hits the board, while we can beat it, it's like not ideal to kill, right? Like we give them a land and the damage is like done already, so to speak. Sure. They probably take the green sun here, I think. Thank you for the follow up, Moist Junk. That is, I see what you did there. Yeah. Heads up by our opponent. Alright, I think here I'm just gonna deck them before I Once Upon a Time. And hope to hit the one drop. If we don't hit the one drop here, it's not catastrophic, but it's also pretty bad. Because we don't want to show a sign of weakness, so to speak, right? Even though like Heritage Druid is not great in this matchup, I think the more you have on board, the more they have to respect the combo. Like, this deck here is really resilient in the sense that we don't really need a board to win from, so to speak. Heritage Druid, nice. I actually have not heard that before, but that's pretty good, HC Fox. It's more so the threat than anything else, right? Um, like not playing to the board means that they don't have to worry about the combo aspect as much. More so just the grindy matchup, or the grindy aspect. I think here we're just gonna pass the turn, and I know Mike said we don't fetch Arbor that much anymore. I think I will do it here, depending what they do, obviously. Yikes, sure. Oh my god. If they have agent, we can't play around that. Like I don't really play too much about around agent at the moment. If I, unless I absolutely can afford to. But that him was pretty devastating there. If they had the removal spell, I think we're okay with it, given that we're flooded. So I think they do have it. Yeah. I think here I'm just gonna get a reclaimer and then start to rebuild, right? Like I think it's wishful thinking to think that oh we can visionary for it later, but I think given the hand and board state, we have to kind of do it now. Ooh, okay, that's kind of annoying. I feel like they could have agent, but I could be wrong. I mean, they have it. Yeah, I felt like they were holding it for that, which is kind of obnoxious, but it is what it is. Like we don't. The problem is we don't progress our board state, right? I mean, I guess neither do they. So maybe there's an argument, but like, if they don't have it, we're just wasting mana, right? 3/4. It's Tarmogoyf time. We're okay with that. Time to float mana. So I think they definitely had the opposition agent, and we're waiting for us to do an end step. But I don't think we care, honestly. Like we lose a land, but then we get to make our dude bigger, right? We don't have to play the cradle, but in case they play top deck at him. Are we gonna lose the race here? Maybe. We can't stop the shadow, so maybe we just incentivize. It depends. It's quite annoying though. Hmm, that is interesting. So that buys us a turn, right? Otherwise, they attack us for 7. Eh, ugh, can't attack anymore. I think the fact that they have agent kind of makes me want to swap the thought seasons for the trophies. Like it's a little bit awkward to have to fetch black against a wasteland deck. So I'm gonna revert back to the way we usually do it. And I think I'm like tempted to play this as another black source because the shepherd is not particularly good. Yeah, let's do that. And endurance is not unreasonable too. You know, and go all in on the oof. Not great, but I think we keep. Just off the natural order alone. Because there is a set of hands that they have that this hand will beat. Specifically, the Plague Engineer hands. Yeah, Gris is very good. Unfortunately, we would have to Green Sun for it. Or we can natural order, we draw the progenitors. I've actually won games doing that. Might be an ending here. So here, I think we just want a one drop. A fetch land is nice too. All four of a kind. I probably mull if natural order is not in that hand. Because it had two once upon a time. Oh, sorry, three. Jesus. Quite unfortunate here. Man, you gotta be kidding me. It's gonna be a opposition agent, yeah. Oh. I think we're gonna lose. This is what I mean though, like you just have to hope the hate that they have doesn't line up with our hand. It's like 50-50, right? They either have the Asian hand or they have the engineer hand. And unfortunately, we drew well, I guess that's not the worst, but oh man. This card is low key, well not even low key, it's like high key, very good against us. It tends to not be good against some of the other decks that are more popular, like Delver, because they may not even have like fetch lands available that late in the game, or they get killed by bolt or daze. Um, but I think we're probably just dead here. It's hard for us to be Dark Ritual into Agent. The hand was like good, but they went like removal into Wasteland, and we did not draw the little fetch land or the one drop that we wanted right on turn two. Not good for sure. We take 8 here, go to 5. Probably just dead. I don't think we beat this hand regardless. It's very difficult for us to beat Dark Ritual into Agent. it requires a very specific hand. Like I don't really love this matchup because of agent. Like engineered is how we design our deck to beat. We don't really design to beat this card because it's not that popular. It's over now. So not the best start from us, but again, I don't really expect to play against this, so that's okay. I think the we haven't really played against a deck that we expect to play so far. Like lands is close, right? But like they're as far as I understand, this is not the new build or anything. It's just a one-off. Obviously, the last two matches are nothing close to what you expect to see in like a tournament. Sometimes I like to scroll the what's it called the trophy leaderboard to see who's doing well, so to speak. I know this is like Stoneblade. This is like Grixis Control. Rich Cali is usually on like Delver. This is like Phoenix. Mueller could be on anything, I think. I know they were playing Elves for a little bit. I don't think they are on Elves anymore. Archon can be on almost some kind of blue soup for sure. This is definitely Reanimator, definitely D&T, definitely Ruby Storm. This is like a lot of the off the wall brews. I don't know what not Valley is. I feel like this is Reanimator. Cloud Post, Show and Tell, uh, Hull Breacher, like Days and Doing. Uh, this one I don't remember actually off the top of my head. I feel like it's Depths, but I could be wrong. I don't know what this is. The style's always on Delver, and then I don't know about the rest. So far not too great, but we can recover. Not too late. In basketball news, DeAndre Jordan got waived today by the Lakers. Reportedly going to I think 76ers. So we'll see how he does. Oh, again, here are my socials, and I think the most relevant ones, in my opinion, would be the Patreon for additional info or the YouTube. You can probably get away with not following me on Twitter or Discord. That's probably not as relevant. The Discord does have some nice things on it, and the community is really good, and it's free. But if you're just learning trying to learn the deck, YouTube is probably the best way. So let's see how this fourth round goes. Shea Strasman. Don't know what that they're on, but I think this is like a reasonable hand. Typically, my evaluation is would I keep this hand on six? And the answer is yes. So, for those who don't know, Meadowfish, Chris M, is working on updating his Once Upon a Time spreadsheet that computes whether, how many configuration of IMS lands and Once Upon a Time is optimal for minimizing mulligans. Granted, not everybody cares, and some are willing to mulligan more. But I personally think Elves is the deck that doesn't really want to. And the criterion I gave him, and this will be probably coming out within the next set. So it looks like we're playing as Reanimator. This will be coming out in the next few days, I think. But there should be an updated spreadsheet from Chris. So be on the lookout for that. I will go ahead and retweet it when he has it updated. But I don't think much is going to change. The updated criteria. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. So I'm gonna run the Once Upon a Time into the Chancellor of the Annex, so I can stick a Reclaimer here. If we untap with a Reclaimer, which is a long shot, I mean, I just assumed that they were gonna have Entomb into Exhume, right? Or like Reanimation spell. But we're not quite out of the woods yet. We'll see. Oof, that's a problem. So it looks like they were missing either a pitch or a land. Actually, I don't think it was land. Yeah, it was a pitch or a land, I think. Now we're just dead, I think. The I wish we had Caracas, but not in the list of the 75. I just don't think the card is like that good right now. Like the thing is, Gristlebrand, like Reanimator can beat it now because of Sarah Emissary or Archon of whatever the Archon is. I forgot the name, but Archon of Cruelty. There you go. So they can beat Caracas now, and the other thing is like to reclaim her for it is a little bit slow against the Merit Lage decks, from what my experience. It'll always have a soft spot for me in general because I won an LCQ that eventually qualified me for the showcase qualifier that I eventually won, and if not for the Caracas, I probably lose to the show and tell player that I was able to overcome the matchup. And for those who don't know, at the time the matchup was near unwinnable because Allosaurus Shepherd was not printed yet. So unless they like lose to themselves or something like that, or you just have like you draw hot like post board with discard, typically very hard to beat because they have Force of Will backup, which is why I played 3 copies of Allosaurus Shepherd because of these kind of decks that play Force of Will in their combo deck. But as a general rule of thumb, it's not really needed for the fair matchups, in my opinion. Yeah, Elish Norn is was quite the finisher back in the day, but nobody's like really playing anymore, in my opinion. Or at least from what I've not my opinion, but what I've seen. So I guess here I will just yield. I mean, they know what we have. As we wait for them to play out their hand, I'm gonna go refresh on water. So they may reanimate our Archon of Valor's Reach, which is gonna make it almost impossible for us to win. We're probably just dead, to be honest, but I'll just play it out. Our line here is we have to get a grief. Sorry, not grief. A grist to answer the Gristlebrand. And then, as a general rule of thumb, it's typically the best to pitch a Boseiju because of the legend rule, right? Which is why we've actually been able to get away with running 3 copies. I think 4 is, while I haven't tried it, I am speculating it's going to be greedy. If I were them here, I would go for a reanimation spell because that keeps me off a Guy's Cradle or wherever I want to pitch, right? Not to mention it shuts off Green Sun and Natural Order. I think they're trying to avoid like overdrawing and then there's a losing to something random here. Yeah. So that is one way we win, right? They go to two, they whiff, and we get a arbor and kill them. Sure. Probably did, but not. There is a line here. That maybe we can win. My line is we're gonna chump block and then rotate for an arbor because our crate will be tapped anyways. And what that does is if they screw up and we get a little bit lucky, we can natural order for hoof. We have no choice but to block, right? And because if we do it the other way, bog is offline anyways, so we really have no choice. Yeah. If this is emissary or archon, we just lose. Probably emissary. Well, I guess there's the archon. Oh, that's right. All right, so we're dead. That's okay. We actually want to see this matchup. We expect to lose game one, but our sideboard is like nuts against them. So I'm not really too concerned about this matchup. Like you would not hear an elf player say this, a few years ago even. But I want to see Reanimator for a multitude of reasons in the metagame. One, I think we're favored against them, and two, I think their presence is good because it forces decks to at least run soft graveyard hate, and the more, or I should say, the less decks can hone in on elves. I think the better for us because we just don't really have the sideboard slots to hate out other decks the way that they have sideboard slots to hate out us. So if everybody, is honest, so to speak, in the sense that they have to respect other decks, I think that is a good thing for elves. I think the only generic disruption we have right now is either sideboard stuff in the form of Thoughtseize or but Sage is pretty flexible. I think this is a hell of a hand. Keep. And then yes, subs will be nice. If you have a Amazon Prime subscription you're not using, or if you just feel like you enjoy my content and want to support me, another way is obviously Patreon. Or I don't advertise this, but like obviously you can just like straight Venmo me too. That's like another thing. Here we're just gonna lead with a reclaimer. Here at announcers jinx, right? I say we never have an issue with Baseju. Here a little bit awkward, um, but typically not an issue from my testing at least. I do think if I play four copies, there is two things that are going to be undesirable. One, as we hinted to, the legend rule. I think also at a certain point, when your fetch density is too low, not having a Gris or a not Gris, sorry, not having access to fetch access to a Dryad Arbor or a Black Source like in the form of Bayou, eventually will catch up to you, right? Like here, obviously we don't have the black mana. I think we are probably on the threshold already, if that makes sense. I guess I'll just yield. They know our hand. Again, I will put my win streak on the line. I have never lost a match where my opponent goes for reanimate my own endurance. The only card I've lost to that they've reanimated. All right, interesting. I think here we are going to leave Reclaimer up just in case. Not to mention it gets Cradle, right? Also, I want to pitch the Boseiju. But I want to put my win streak on the line. I have never lost a match where they reanimated as their number one target, a non-Archon creature. This includes Cradle Hoof, by the way. Don't care. Like, it's just too slow, in my opinion. Like, it tells me their hand is, like, just dead to ley line. Bunch of useless cards. I think here we just take the Petal, probably. I don't even think we care about the Entomb or whatnot. And then we can also block here, right? If need be. I think this game is already over. I think we take the fetch. Well, actually, hold on. Do we want to see these cards? Probably not. So I guess I'll take the Arbor. We're just waiting at the top deck Nash order, and they're soft locked. Like, we don't actually care if they unmask us, which is the problem with taking the Reclaimer there, right? So I took the Arbor because I don't think I want to draw any of those other cards. I think under that same logic, we probably don't fetch here. We don't Reclaimer here. That's just a really good draw. I'll pass, I guess. I think here I'm gonna play the in. Well, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That does though. Wow, that is quite the card. This might just lock it up. So, never say that green mages don't need a, you know, what's it called, cantrip correctly, right? Because we're actively not using our reclaimer because we know what's on the bottom. We don't want to see the reclaimers and the fetch land or whatever. We just want to draw our natural order and just hook them already. Like, they're on a clock now, especially with the Gris. Like, we just want to draw two our relevant hate pieces. There's like really no reason to reclaim it when we know the bottom 5 or 4. I think here we plus for the mana first. And then we once. Reclaimer is good. Do I care? Probably not. I can also do it end step if need be. I'm gonna start bashing with our 3/4 tribal pretty soon. I should have attacked with these, but I don't think it matters. I'm just, for the hell of it, gonna leave up my mana. I don't think it matters. Sure, you can take it. I think they just want to fish for information there. Oh, they're gonna hard cast Grissom. Sure. Like it's not gonna matter, like, right? Because we have the Gris. Gris is the lock piece that, or actually, I want to say Gris is the secondary lock piece because once you have the Reclaimer being the first level, like you want to lock up the graveyard, and then here, it doesn't matter if they have show and tell or want to hard cast it. Like it just like it does not matter. Actually, we can even just do that. Well, I don't want to give them information, so I'm gonna do it this way: kill the Gris brand, and then bash. All right, so we got one. Unfortunately, we had to reveal the ley line to win that game. This is not keepable. The ideal is to nice. The ideal is definitely to win a game against our opponent where oh, I should have put back the that was a mistake. I should have put back the force. That is just a straight up mistake. Kind of a big one too, to be honest, because in the ideal scenario you want this to be a fetch, right? But now we have to waste this on a fetch. Maybe it won't matter. Ever since I started playing 3 Leyline again, it's been pretty good in the sense that like you have a decent chance of having it, which makes your opponent play differently. Before with 2, I've noticed my opponents were just like, oh whatever, we'll just live with it. They have the Leyline. But here, there's like the chances are so high that it's kind of a problem for them. A little bit punished, yeah. See, this is what I mean. Or more so punished now, right, for not keeping the Bayou. Let's see. Grief Unmasked Dark Ritual, Animate Dead. I think we take the Animate Dead. I don't think we care about the other cards. They made Grief pitch the Unmask or Dark Ritual here. Actually, they made Dark Ritual into Grief. That's kind of annoying, actually. I forgot about the hard cast here. Otherwise, I maybe take the Dark Ritual. This gives them a clock, unfortunately. So they probably take the Assassin's Trophy, right? Because that can answer the Grief. It's like bad either way for them. Yeah. I'm not too concerned about the 3-2. Like it's annoying that we you know had that oversight, but I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things. So looking at graveyard, I think those are cards we do not want to see again. So I'm not gonna shuffle them back in with the endurance. Not to mention it's gonna make future reclaimers slightly worse. So I don't think we care. Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I don't think we care. They're gonna be on a pretty fast clock. I think we can race them. It's a little bit awkward here because we need 2 attack steps. So I will do it this way. Like we snap block here. Yep. I think the game is, while not locked, probably pretty in our favor. We can still double block Reef if need be here, right? They have to leave Grief back also on defense now. All right, pretty straightforward win. Again, once it gets to post board, it's very difficult for them to win. I think, well, let's go ahead and try to finish out the last game, a match. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute. Use the restroom. BRB. All right, I am back. For those of you curious about the list, here it is again. So far we've lost tonight to like a different type of lands deck with Mulch and Winding Way. We've also lost to Dead Guy Ale. I don't think I'm. I mean, the lands matchup's a little bit concerning, but I don't really expect to play against Dead Guy Ale. Don't know what my opponent is on, but we can't keep this regardless. The only time I would probably keep this is if I know for sure my opponent's on Reanimator. This is like more reasonable. Maybe they're on a slower blue deck, slower blue soup deck. So the line here is probably just gonna be Symbiote uh, into Visionary. It's nice to be able to save the fetches, excuse me, for Arbor. But I think that is probably gonna be less relevant than the if Boseiju matters, it's gonna matter big time. Underground Sea, interesting. Like Screams combo here or Doomsday, but they didn't do anything, which is a little bit scary. I don't want them to daze this because at least if they daze the Visionary, I net the mana. If they daze this, so be it. I think they are on Doomsday though, which is this is like a huge tool in the matchup, especially if they don't have another land. You just hit their Underground Sea, and sometimes they just lose. Yeah. So quick advertising, I guess, in the sense that I know the people who have subscribed to my Patreon have found it really helpful, and it's only $5 a month. So if you are willing to, if you really want to learn this deck, I would probably recommend it. If you aren't sure, I think YouTube is probably better because you don't have to front the $5 in case your budget is tight. Also, YouTube, the videos really help with sequencing and determining whether you want to actually or would enjoy playing this deck. So I think Patreon definitely would be like the second level, and then YouTube probably being the first level of learning the deck, so to speak. But that said, yeah, if you really do want to learn the deck, everybody who has um, what the heck? Everybody who has subscribed to my Patreon has given me good compliments on it and found the material really useful. Let's see if they, yeah, very interesting. So I think given the turn of events here, I definitely want to play a land drop. It's a little bit awkward for sure. A little bit awkward. We, if we play the glimpse, we play the burst sword, but there's a chance we just whiff. I don't think that is an acceptable line. So I'm just gonna do it this way. I want to draw at least two off the glimpse, given that they've already aggressively forced. Main deck Plague Engineer is quite annoying. Sometimes I wonder. I ask this question for debate. What feels more of a hate crime, right? Like, uh, main deck Plague Engineer or from our side, main deck Collective. They're both pretty tilting for opponents. Sure. Could be a Snapcaster on the other side. Hard to say. I think we fire off this now. At minimum, it's gonna draw us a few cards, if not more. I think given that we are tight on mana, let's go with the Visionary. On the off chance they have Snapcaster, we get severely punished. So I'm not gonna attack. And this is the type of deck that could have Snapcaster, so we just get severely punished. It's not worth it. Like, we're not really an aggro deck. Nice. This is a triple ancestral recall, right? Not to mention we could just straight up kill our opponent here. I think I'm just gonna pull the trigger and see if they have it. What the heck? Alright, interesting. Nope, can't draw mana, but that's fine. Interesting. Our opponent might just be dead here. It's kind of funny. You love to see it, right? Main deck engineer, doesn't matter. We win anyways. Does not matter. I'm not. I think we want C's in some event. I feel like they're the type of player that was gonna have quad engineers. So we'll just board accordingly. You love to see it though. Main deck engineer, doesn't matter. Hey Mitchell, how's it going? Don't know you saw right now, but we just fought through a main deck engineer. And like for the most part, like won kind of easily. I think our opponent probably screwed up too, like not knowing what to kill. I saw somebody, I think it was Ethan Formicella, like Monkeys Can't Cry, who said this a while back. He jokingly said, "I cast an engineer and my opponent didn't scoop. I want my refund." All right. I think we have a. Is that the right call? Yeah. That's a lot of hate. Oh, I hate this card. I think given our hand, yeah, let's take the engineer, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, like you're not gonna cast it turn one. When are you gonna cast it? Like, it just gets worse, right, as the game goes on. What do they have again? Couple of Witherbloom commands. Surely we care. actually think we're given their hand and our hand. I actually think we're ahead right now. Unbanned mental misstep. As crazy as that sounds, I do think we're ahead. Cause this card doesn't answer progenitors. Not really, at least. Also, Reclaimer notably plays pretty well against Witherbloom command. Sure, they're gonna drain us. That's pretty hilarious. They didn't cantrip, so I'm gonna. Yeah, I think they're dead here. Actually, hold on. I think we play it safe. That's game, I think. Yep. Like, if I'm greedy, I play the Visionary, but like you draw the Progenitor, it's just game losing, right? Like, there's no reason to be that greedy. And obviously, I pitched the Birch Lord there because it dies to the Witherbloom command, anyways. They can kill the Dryad Arbor here, but I don't think we care. Sure, that's not. Well, actually, ooh, that's actually kind of annoying. Oh man, this is like an embarrass. Well, let's see. The Witherbloom command is off. So is the Murktide and the Snow Covered Land. I think here we fetch. Actually, hold on. We can Once Upon a Time, and that gives us 2 mana. If we hit a Shepherd, we still can't cast it, so I think we just do this. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I think we do this. This plays around Fluster. Yeah. Alright, so pretty good, right? Pretty polarizing games there. I felt like we were pretty ahead in all of our wins. The one here against Reanimator, obviously we're gonna lose game one. But otherwise, I feel pretty good. We lost to like a different version of lands. Possible I misplayed, not used to what they're doing. And then this matchup is just like flipping coins, right? Um, Depends if their hate lines up or not, because they do play a lot of hate. I guess anybody have any? I'll bring up the list. Uh, they could have trophied the cradle because that shuts off a potential out in the form of Gris, but even then, like the Progenitors hits them hard there, right? Like 10, and then they can gain 2 life, get out of reach potentially for next turn, but then they still have to deal with the Reclaimer, who's a 3/4, right? They were pretty behind, regardless. Like we had so many outs, and yeah, I don't think they were really in that game. Even though like I think a mad mental misstep said like, oh, it's literally 5 cards plus Murktide, but like none of their cards lined up with Progenitus, so it's not gonna matter, right? Like they can 2-for-1 us with Witherbloom Command, but Witherbloom Command is not beating a Progenitus. I think our list is pretty good. Like going back, like we lost to this weird lands, not weird, but like one-off lands version running Mulch and Winding Way. I don't think I care about that loss, honestly speaking. Our win here, again, not a really common deck. We played against some rogue deck, so again, you can probably throw. I think this is like some value. This is like no value. This is like no value probably, and then we beat Reanimator, and then we beat like a control deck. I think there's some value here. I guess we can just run it back though. Good to have Jax around though. For those who don't know, Jax is one of the main guys that I will consult my deck building with. A lot of the innovation you see here is direct or indirect result of Jax's, you know, shepherding, pun intended, consulting, right? It really is though, right? If you think about it, this is like a rock deck. You just like I don't really care about aggroing my opponents out or whatnot. You just like stabilize with your hate pieces and reclaimer and whatnot, and then just natural order kill them. There was a point. Funny story about Progenitus. In the history that I've played Elves, which is like a few years, the evolution of I don't know what is that the emoji of mental misstep. I can't really tell. Is that elves? I think. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I think you were mentioning 5 hate cards just didn't matter, right? Like yeah, just natural order. Like you can't really deal with this, protection from everything card. While we wait, I do have an errand I need to run real quick, but maybe I can quickly. Okay, it's still loading. I'm gonna be right back in 30 seconds. I need to run check something. Oops, what happened? Oh, I missed. That is my fault. Got back a little too late. I think their path to victory was top deck force. But did he? They so base. Yeah, I think their path to victory was top deck force. I don't remember what the rest of my hand was, but it was quite good from what I remember. going on? Moon can boom. All right, cool. So let's see what they. I don't know what they're on. We'll see. Oh God. Hey, how's it going, Vocotech? For those who don't know, Vocotech plays Grenzo Dungeon Warden with me, or not with me, but same deck as me, which is the Grenzo Dungeon Warden. We've worked on that deck together for a minute. I think, given our hand, we probably take the Heritage Druid here. We need speed. Please don't let that be an Eidolon. Searing Blaze. Wow. Okay. It's actually really good against us. I think we're gonna lose this game based on the way it is playing out. We yeah, I don't think we're winning this game. Nine. We're gonna be at 8. Jesus. All right, we have to kind of get lucky here. Um, Elves does do that, fortunately, but quite the tall task. Yeah, it's just not. Especially, I know. I think you play lands, right? So you get literally get popped for a bunch. But Seiju is amazing. I think it's like low cost for elves to play, and then it solves a lot of the problems that. Not that we can't handle them, it's just we don't have the space to, right? And now we do. So definitely been a nice surprise, or a nice addition, I should say. I think here, I kind of want to leave this for, well, I think we have to have blockers, actually. Okay, so we kind of drew what we need there. We definitely have to block now. That's gonna go dome, so we're gonna be at 5. Like, there's no way this is not going face. Yeah, and then we're gonna have to double block, cause there's a good chance one of those cards is a burn spell, and we lose otherwise. Oh my god. This is like really awkward. We don't have lethal, unfortunately. We block. Please don't slow roll me. Wow. I felt like we stole this game. Alright, better lucky than good. But Seju randomly good in this match, right? Against Eidolon. It didn't come up there, luckily, but could have. I think endurances are a trap. So I think we're just good as it is, right? We just take out all the bullets we don't need. It definitely felt like we got lucky there. We needed to fade a burn spell, we did. Can't keep this against them. This is like better, I guess. Yeah, big time. A lava mats are interesting. I think here we're just gonna expect the first thing to die, and then we're just gonna, essentially throw the heritage druid to the wolves here, right? I think they're just gonna kill it. We're gonna end step kill the Eidolon. Because sometimes the damage matters. Because we need natural to be lethal or prefer. We can beat a lava master. We can't really beat an Eidolon outside of natural order. So I think we sequence it this way. Actually, I should have sequenced it differently. The reclaimer matters the most, so I should have sequenced it third. So a small misplay on my behalf. Searing Blaze definitely feels like they're pre-boarded against us, unfortunately. Now we're just dead. How did we win game one? That's kind of crazy. And we're on the draw too. Burn is the type of deck that I would prefer not to play against because I feel like it's a coin flip in the sense that I don't think skill matters all that much, and I would at least like the opportunity to be able to try to outplay my opponent. If my opponent ends up outplaying me, I think I'm like pretty satisfied with that in the sense that they deserve to win for sure. Like, but here it's kind of hard to outplay your opponent, and I would rather matchup profiles not be as coin flippy, so to speak. Another one that comes to mind is like Moon Stomping. I feel like whoever flips heads goes first wins. This is like very good actually. I'll keep this. Natural Order is like quite the card in this matchup. I think here I'm gonna play it safe. Well, they could pop me, but there's a good chance they just board out pop because it's not that great in this matchup. Let's just do that in case I draw removal. Right, it could matter. My board is a little bit susceptible to removal at the moment. Like if they kill the Arbor, my hand's not that great. I think we live with that. No blocks. The greedy play, if they don't do anything. Interesting. I think, given what we just saw, I know the Rift Ball is on the, you know, suspended right now, but I'm still gonna name instant because I want to unlock Natural Order next turn for lethal. And I don't want. The reason why I didn't take the damage is because if I attack, that's a heads up to my opponent that I'm gonna Archon. So I wanted to play around, you know, them fire blasting my creature there to essentially buy time. So I'm gonna still name instant. They can rift vault me if they want. The thing is, I have lethal next turn, so they have to straight up kill me here, and I'm just gonna yield through. Should be game here. The line here is I'm gonna fetch Arbor, pitch Arbor to Natural Order, and kill them with lethal. I'm not gonna block. In the event they have double bolt or something. Or sorry, double light. Yeah, I don't think I care. They're not gonna attack. Yeah. This should be game now. The first Natural Order is to stabilize. The second one's to win. All right, we started this league off on a good note. CCD Smash. I think the last time I played against this opponent, they were on TES, but that was like a ways ago. So okay, so they're not definitely not on that. At least not to my knowledge that TS ever plays Yorion, but you never know, right? I would actually guess DNT. I mean, given DNT's been doing pretty well, there is an outside chance it's like Blue Zenith or Arbor. I'm sure as a Lance player you would appreciate that for sure. Unban Mental Misstep. I think given the appearance of our hand here, I probably take the Reclaimer because if we draw another land, it's just like not. You don't want to flood out right with four lands. Ooh. Marsh Flats is usually a fetch land I don't want to see. But given that Yorion, we're probably okay. Fatal Push. No, probably, yeah, probably presenting ending. So I think they're on a Espervile type deck, given the scrub land. I think here also, what I'm going to do is play the Visionary because I want to draw a land, right? Like, we omitted getting the land, or we held off on getting the land with the Once Upon a Time. So now we're in this like weird spot where I want to hit a land drop now. So yeah, they are on the Espervile. If we do not here, if we do hit a land, we fire out the glimpse. If we don't, we have to sequence it a little bit differently. All right, so we end up having to sequence it differently here. I think now we fire off the glimpse because there's a good chance we hit the land. Not quite what I was looking for, but pretty good. Nice. I think we fire out the second glimpse here. And use it as a thought cast. Okay. If they have engineer, that's kind of brutal, but like, what are we gonna do, right? They are a 80 card deck though, so we'll play the percentage they don't have engineer. Might be another prismatic ending here. That is like the least of our worries. That is a mistake. So for those who don't know, if I bounce Wirewood, they do not get the draw step because the ability fizzles. I think given our hand, we're just gonna not pick up anything. Like I want to be able to cast the hoof here. Oops, cancel, cancel. Yeah, not. This is like one of the worst cards against us. Like it literally 3 mana cantrip. Most, not all the time, but a lot of the times. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not making that mistake again. So for those who don't know, that is a cool trick that to do if your opponent is unaware that you can do that, right? Or also, if you're playing against elves, you definitely do not want to target that reclaimer that is protected by Water with Symbiote, right? Water Symbiote, like I know, doesn't quite have the power level of like Elvish Reclaimer or the obnoxiousness of Allosaurus Shepherd. Well, sometimes it's obnoxious too, but definitely one of the glue cards of the deck, along with Visionary, right? Like I don't think Elves is the deck that it is without Symbiote and Visionary for sure. I mean, I hate to say, but the days of this being a solid four of may soon be ending if there's any more good printings, but definitely still very important to the core strategy, especially like in the fair grindy matchups. All right, so our opponent is on Espervile. I think we want removal against him. Endurance doesn't do anything near this Bog. Bog is like potentially relevant against a animate dead, but I think that's like very fringe um, use of resources. And I think we just want to board out the Heritage Druid here. I guess the Bog is not unreasonable if they. It's like better than a Heritage Druid, right? Like that will die to a Plague Engineer, and it's another black source, so not the worst. Um, in case they reanimate like a Plague Engineer or something, I think that's fine. My spreadsheet typically in this matchup advocates for not bringing it in. Of course, we draw it here, right? As that said, keep. Sure. I'm actually relieved when my opponents like answer or kill the remove their heritage drift because that tells me they probably don't have a sweeper. Also, they don't have removal for other important things like Ward with Symbiote or Elvish Reclaimer. So we shall find. Oh, that's a little scary actually. The fact that they didn't do anything. Um, I think here we're gonna do this. If they have the swords, so be it. I do not want to run out the visionary. Well, like this is higher upside, right? Like we potentially lock them out of mana. Yeah. Unfortunately, like if they have a removal spell, it's kind of bad. I would rather they sword the visionary or the druid. Could be an engineer coming down pretty soon. I actually enjoy, believe it or not, playing against engineer. It's like this fine dance, right, that I have to do. It always feels like I played well, right? If I can outmaneuver my engineer, plague engineer opponent. Sometimes you just also have the dumb hand, which like natural to Progenitus, but a lot of the times it's like very rewarding. Thank you for the follow, Empty Head. Also, for those who don't know, I updated the stream deck list, so the one that is seen. Well, actually, that's not true. The sideboard is a little bit different. There, I only have one run of foul instead, and then three assassin trophy. But otherwise, it is up to date. Interesting. Might be naming assassin's trophy or natural order. That one's pretty good too. I believe the way my opponent is playing, I feel like they have a plague engine. They're trying to sandbag for more value. It is not going to be easy to play around that, unfortunately. And this hurts actually at the moment. I know some of these lists run Necroplasm too. I don't even know what that does, but it's like some kind of sweeper against us. Yeah, my opponent seems to have something that we're probably not thrilled about. I think we fire off the glimpse and see what they do. I know if they have force, they probably force it because we have like 5 cards in hand. I don't think they like realistically can afford for that to resolve. So they pitched the Yorion, which is nice. I think given our hand here, we just play this face down. Our hand, we're flooding a little bit, unfortunately. Also, Aether Vow makes a big difference in this matchup. It's like a lot of speed for an opponent that we can't really stop outside of a Boseiju. But I rather not really hit the vial with a Boseiju either. The good thing is we have a live natural order top deck here. That's pretty good too. This being on 4 is actually quite scary. I think that means we're priced out of not of attacking. I'll just pass. We are definitely flooding out a little bit here. 4? What is 4? Ooh, I don't even know what this does. Jeez, and they have the Caracas? Man, that's pretty bad. The face up. So, man, that's bad. The thing is, the brainstorm would just draw them into more. I think we hope to take the brainstorm. It's a disaster if they take the brainstorm plus the land, right? I do not think we're winning this game now. They're probably ending our reclaimer here. Sure. This is quite bad for us. I've seen that card before. I just forgot what it did. I've talked to Jeff Lynn like in the past, not regarding that card really. He mentioned it, but it just came up in conversations. I just forgot what it did. Sure, nothing we can do about this now. So they have a ton of removal, and we better draw a natural order like pronto. Speaking of the devil, could be a hard cast force of negation. Well, actually, they can. They don't have the mana. Could be a bound. Well, that doesn't work either. So what is going on? I'm confused now. Oh, they may be trying to cast a force of negation and just didn't realize it. What did they exile? What is going on? Oh, they exiled the Venser. Sure, that's fine, I guess. I'm gonna play this because then I can get Cradle next turn. Not bad though, like. A card I would potentially get if I had it is the OG Boseiju. I've run it in the past, but I just don't think it's worth it, given that Shepherd is in the deck. It also makes sequencing a little bit awkward. It definitely has uses though. I believe they still have a. I believe they still have a the swords, but they just played it right there. Now that I think about it, they probably bored out their anime dead package because not many things are dying in this matchup, and if they do, it's probably end step. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna hardcast the that menace person. Yeah. This card is quite good given they have the Caracas out. Jeez. We still have natural order. I mean, we can stop the bleeding, but man, this feels real bad. Probably can't even afford to really attack. Well, let's see what they do. I guess that's free, right? I'll bog them now, and then hit the Caracas. In case the mana matters. Actually, I'll cancel. There's no way that they don't vial here. And if they do, it's a win for us. This card is kind of nuts against us. Jesus. I don't think we can give them force because we lose if that's the case. Our out here is natural order. Ugh, not looking good. Not looking good. We really lost this card. This card was very good against us. The mini fact or fiction every turn, and we could not force the natural order through, unfortunately. There's a non-zero chance too that the correct number of copies of Birch Door is 0, but I'm not quite there yet. I'll have to test further. I feel like having the access to Green Sun is a big deal. Alright, it's pretty much right now that we have to have the natural order. Didn't have it. Is it opposing creature or all? Each creature. Sure. So next turn they'll kill their own Strix and Meddling Mage, I guess. There's really no point of running the Shepherd out there at the moment. Because of sorcery speed removal. Here we're down to our, wit's end here, so to speak. Sure. We'll go down to 1 life. I don't think we have an out, but we can see. Oh. If nothing else, we just see more of their deck, right? What I should have done was actually hit the Caracas during combat, so that if they wanted to bounce it, they would have lost on 3 points of damage. I don't think that matters, to be honest. Oof, Jesus. That's really bad. It's got to be an engineer, right? I'm trying to think what else it could be. All right, that's game. Um, I think given what we know now, I'd probably take the Heritage Druid, even though it doesn't line up well against Engineer, because after thinking about it some more, I don't think they would keep an animate dead. It because like the odds of them having a creature in the yard is actually low. So based on that logic, I think I will revert back to what I previously did. This is quite the hand here. I'm gonna go Reclaimer into Symbiote. If they answer both, I'll play the Shepherd. If they don't, I'm gonna Reclaimer for an Arbor. Is my line. I want to save the Green Sun for a either a Grist or a Visionary. I would assume this is probably removal. They play a whole bunch. It's probably ending. Looks like. Yeah. All right. With that said, we're gonna do this. Glimpse is actually an okay draw here. At minimum, what it's gonna do is allow us to double cycle, and or it'll be a thought cast, I guess. It also really depends what we draw. Mm, that is actually annoying. Because this is Cradle, I'm gonna let it go and not bounce. But that is definitely quite annoying. Pretty good draw. I think here I want to get the symbiote out. It's gonna cost me the Cradle, but that's okay. It's like pseudo ramp. The problem is if the opponent has removal, my hand gets significantly weaker. Oh my god. No, please don't tell me that's an engineer. Sure. We're mana constrained here. So we can kill the necroplasm now, which is nice. We lose the ability to bounce the visionary though, so it depends what we prioritize. I tend to think that having the board is more relevant here. They probably target the wirewood. What I'll do is I will preemptively bounce. It actually conveniently hits the violet right now, which is nice. Let's see if they are aware of this. Wait, what? Oh, it's creature, never mind. My sequencing was off there. I should have played the arbor after. Do we care they hit the visionaries? Probably. If that's a charming prince, Jesus. Holy shit. My goodness. Jesus. Wow, that was really bad. This is like a one of two. They can reset it again with Soul Herder here. Or Engineer is pretty good here too. I don't think it's well. I don't know. I have to think. I don't think it's correct to play around the Charming Prince there, given it's a one of. Or I don't. I mean, I don't even know if it's optimal to be honest to be playing this card, but we just got really blown out though by it. The other thing I could have done differently was um save the forest untapped so I can actually do it on their turn. That bounces. Actually, hold on. What am I doing? I could play this face down, and it's probably fine. They could Baron bounce Necroplasm, kill two things. Sure. I think we are in trouble. We need to draw out natural order pretty soon. Unfor- Unfortunately, how did the glimpse didn't look like we drew what we needed? We drew. Let's see. Yeah, we only drew two cards. Ideally, you want to hit three. We didn't hit one drops is the problem. This game was definitely winnable, um, but sometimes that happens. What did the Once Upon a Time hit? Oh, it hit the Reclaimer on the following turn. They have all three drops, so I'm kind of curious what's gonna happen here. Oh, they're gonna try me. They have multiple? Jesus. Wow. Okay. Man, that's brutal. So they're gonna attack with all here, or not even, not necessarily, and then they're gonna flicker the thing to re. Oh my god. What a disaster. That's actually pretty good. But unfortunately, I think might not work here. Might draw a force. This is closer than I would like. Would have been over potentially. We drew natural already, but we don't always. Oh my god! Shoot. Wait. What? Now I'm confused. I thought I killed that thing earlier. Am I not paying attention? What is going on? Oh, they dredged it back. Oh my god. That's right. Okay. Okay, now I gotta read this carefully because that's like game losing what I just did. Shoot. Yeah, I screwed that up royally. Actually, what am I doing? That dies to the necroplasm. So that was bad. What happened? Yeah, that's bad. Also bad right now because the necroplasm's there. I guess I can like try to block or something so the Grist lives, but it's pretty bad otherwise. I think I'm just gonna barely lose on time, unfortunately. Shoot. Well, better I make the mistake now than later. I like completely forgot my mind. Slipped my mind the thing that's dredged. They have a Yorion, so they can do it again. Man, this thing is like. Kind of wish I had the dredge, the bog now. This is gonna be brutal. Being 4 minutes ahead on my opponent and I'm losing. Yeah, for sure, Mike. I don't even think our opponent played particularly well, but we didn't hit a payoff, unfortunately. Um, but I think the big takeaway is we kind of know what this card does now. Mm, I kind of regret not blocking the Baron because the Necroplasm would have taken out the Lavinia too. So I think what they might do here is flicker the Necroplasm. Like, how many flickers are they running? Jesus. So, 8. We would be. Oh man, I think we're just barely gonna lose here. Ah, opponents at 30 seconds. Jesus. Bro. Well, that was painful. Um, but now we know. We cannot really kill this card. Yeah, it's a tough lesson to learn, but that's why they say you have to go read the card, right? We just come. I'm not saying that we would have won. Like they were pretty clearly ahead, but it definitely hurt. To not realize, oh, we can't really actually kill this thing because of the dredge. This person always plays like weird decks. I think we got them all again. Like I think one time I played against them, they were on treasure hunt lands. Maybe that's where the idea of the winding way and I forgot the other card that was played earlier, but maybe that's where that came from. I don't think we want that. F is for sure, right? Yeah. I don't mind that too much because like if they have removal, then it's okay. What is going on? What is this? Are we playing as Enchantress? I think we Visionary here, and because this can be a Arbor, and then that sets up lethal next turn. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I don't. I think I played for the most part pretty clean. We just didn't realize the dredge, but like I think from a technical standpoint, I felt pretty good actually, to be honest, today. We actually have lethal here, which tells you the power of this deck. Yeah, kind of nuts, right? 12, 21. Yeah. Yeah, not a volcanic island in sight. And this has been the second league now, but I mean, we got a free win there, but I think we probably want the Assassin Trophy. I'm not 100% sure on the ley lines. Like, maybe, maybe not. Like, let's try not. The problem is actually these other cards are not great. Actually, let's bring them in. Similar, yeah. I don't know what's going on with the lands people, but I think unbad mental mistake. You play lands, right? What is going on here? Why do we keep running into these decks? Is there new technology? It seems like going on in the lands cabal. Not great, but we gotta keep it because of natural order. If they aren't running Dark Depths anymore, Run of Foul definitely gets significantly worse. That is almost the last card I want to see, besides Leyline, I guess. I I know we only went 3-2 in the first league, and we're 1-1 right now. I think our technical play, for the most part, even though these are the type of matchups I will sometimes lose my focus on, has been okay. Um, Not knowing the dredge is not really technical play. I just forgot about it, so to speak. So that one I don't really, I'm not too mad about or concerned about because I think that's the type of thing you make the mistake once and then hopefully not ever again. I think we play the Bayou and leave up Boseju. Sure. Sure. This is like all in on Saga now, I guess, which maybe is okay. The other thing is I'm tempted to just hit the Saga instead of just the Saga target because regardless they're gonna get something, right? Like the only thing is like they don't lose the land, I guess, but they. Yeah, I think that was a mistake in hindsight. That way they don't have the extra construct. Probably Wasteland or Tabernacle. Yeah. This matchup is just miserable to play against. It's not even like unwinnable or anything. It's just not very fun. Actually, no, 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 that's bad. They have two of them here. Ugh. Sure. This is quite hard to beat when they have loam plus exploration. I may have to. Well, it's kind of hard, right? We want the ley lines for the reanimator matchup, but then we don't really want it here, unfortunately. Possible though that possible we may want to adjust how we board um based on this. Yeah, we're not beating that. Like I think using endurance to hit a loam is not probably not where we want to be. Like I think I can just see not playing that card and doing this instead. That's actually pretty funny. If they cannot beat a surgical extraction on Saga, that's actually kind of funny. All right, there we go. We finally open with Leyline. Good old boy Reclaimer. Yikes, might be a swords here. Nice. I think we just run this out. Ooh. Oh, never mind. I got excited, thinking, oh, we could be a natural order away. Oh, that is brutal. I wanted to hit a land drop. I mean, odds were against us. I This is the situation where I missed a Query Ranger. I would have Query Ranger for I would have Query Ranger off the Green Sun and then play my Visionary. Ooh, that is actually quite good. Yeah, I wonder where all the combo decks went. I feel like lands has not really been respecting combo at all, like based on the list I've seen. I actually think lands is a reason why I want a deck like Reanimator to be popular because I don't think you should be able to just play like you just completely ignore combo, so to speak. And the list I've seen in lands at least haven't even been running spheres. Actually, I was just getting to that mental mis unban mental misstep. So there should be a check on lands because if everything's a fair matchup, I think lands is pretty well positioned. I'm not gonna balance it here. I know spheres is definitely good against storm and elves. Bring back the storm. Oh my god, that's gotta be a tabernacle now. This is like the most unfun card for me. Hmm. There's a way to do this that probably can get me a natural order, but I need to check. So if I let that die, let this die, untap that, and have the other ones pay for it, it might be okay. Well, actually, no. I would need. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Elves kind of relies on ACAS being good too, which is why I think an ideal meta game for Elves is kind of hard because you don't want too much combo, but you want some combo, right? Which is like hard to have. I need to think about this for a second. So if I could let this die, and the problem is I'm missing. Yeah, we're a little short first, so I'll do it this way. If we hit a land, then we can do it next turn. But the tabernacle here is just completely obnoxious. Well, that's oh my god. All right. I gotta recalibrate now. Just past turn. We actually we actually screwed up. I think there is a chance we should reclaim her for there is a chance we should have reclaimed her for Cradle there with Arbor upkeep on the stack. I was like tunnel visioning into the natural order that I just didn't think about it. That's probably the first technical mistake I think to be honest, unban mental misstep. I don't really know much about Brian. I know one time I played against them, they were playing Treasure Hunt. Is the only thing. I'm assuming you probably know this person IRL if you know they want a 2K. Yeah. So I think, I mean, okay, so they're in the Deadlands Discord. Maybe this is popular. This is the second time I'm playing against it tonight. Swords to Punisher is definitely very annoying. And like here, the Leyline doesn't even do anything, right? Which is like super awkward for us. So potentially we have to just recalibrate. Let's do it this way. Oops, wrong one. Kind of messed up actually. I should have bounced a one drop. Didn't matter though. Yeah, I think that's pretty true, Mike. I think the Doomsday Elves matchup is like pretty even now for what it's worth. But yeah, Doomsday would just completely wreck lands and D&T. I've reached the stage of mentally checked out. I think I've lost this tabernacle is too deflating for me right now. We had a small window, but we were short a land drop, and then we drew the progenitus. And then typically that's how these lands matchup go. Um, but unfortunately, not. I think I have to revisit this matchup because Layla the Void. At least I don't know if this is like the new build or whatnot, but doesn't really do anything. Yeah. Am I just dead? Five. I guess I can block with one, right? How did they pay for everything? I guess yeah. All right. We are dead. I think we are 1-1 now, or 1-2. Yeah. Not we we lost to the Esper Valdez. So not a great night for us so far. Yeah, I don't know. We faced against it twice tonight, which is kind of strange, but I guess that's leagues, right? Um, yeah, for sure, Mike. I mean, I get where you're getting at. I do think Doomsday is pretty much solely held in check by blue red at the moment. It's been like that for a while. I would say maybe they lost percentage points against some decks because of endurance, namely elves, but it's not like it's bad per se. My win rate against Doomsday, for whatever it's worth, is very good. But I also know that that's probably because of a few different factors. Namely, one, I think a lot of my Doomsday opponents probably underestimate the matchup. I think two, it is better because of endurance and Boseiju now and Assassin's Trophy. And number three, I think I've run into a lot of inexperienced Doomsday pilots, which also probably skews the matchup. Also, there is one other thing. I also do think that what was I gonna say? Oh, did I forget? Yeah, I think I forgot what I was gonna say. Uh, Not great. I forgot what they're on. Feels like a reanimator player. Nope, I think it's blue red potentially. Might be the first Underground C matchup for us tonight. Yikes! Yeah, losing a choke must feel real. Feels bad, right? In hindsight, probably should not have run out of the reclaimer. Sticking balls in the else, like the shepherd, for instance. Ooh, Grixis colors. Oh, they're on the. At least we're gonna get some good practice here now. This is the Grixis control deck. Hopefully they just kill the shepherd. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted actually. Oh my god, really? Man, that is a beating. Three removal spells. I'd be curious how iteration is performing this deck. It seems like I don't think that version that Danny Brown has been playing had iteration, but let me look it up. I think I know Matt Vook played it with iteration, so maybe that's. Yeah, I do not see iteration. Oh my god. This is kind of nuts, but it is what it is. No way they have land destruction. Our opponent is just, you know, playing spells sort of at random here. Delver? What is going on? Now I'm really confused. If they had had Murktide, they would have already played it. This almost tells me that they don't. I don't want to run into days now, though. I'm a little bit nervous about that. They have four removal spells. Just great. Yeah, the whole breacher decks, I think are really good. Call against command, sure. Nice. Actually, that's perfect. I don't think I want to like put anything in the yard. That Colgan, that Baleful Strix there is really greedy, in my opinion. Like they screwed up their big time. Now they like have to lose another creature to endurance. I think the whole Breacher deck should be punished for how greedy their mana curve is, but ending. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like to be fair, ending is like I know a lot of people don't like it, and I get it, but at the same time, so if I plus here, they can like take down. Yeah, I think I just do it. Screw it. Gris and plus. It is for sure. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but you're just gonna run everything in just to take down the Gris. Sure. They should be wasting me. I don't know why they aren't. There you go. Nice. I think this is Yeah, I think if anything, Swords is the overpowered card. Sure. I think we probably have this game. We just have to like close out now. It's a matter of just digging for a kill spell. That card is an insane draw as well. Actually, worst case scenario, we're gonna hit this, but like, I really don't want to do that. They want to block, they can. Actually, that was a mistake. I should not have done like that. Murktide? Sure. Yeah, I know. I got a little bit greedy there. If they had blocked, then I potentially can't attack, right? So potentially they can attack. I think the line here is, let's see, one, two, three. They have to block at least all of these, otherwise they're just dead. And then, yeah, I'm not gonna bounce. Pro- I think they could bounce, hit that, and then block the other four. Otherwise they lose. Yeah. Oh, I needed to run this in. Man, getting sloppy. Actually, what am I doing? I'm like playing so poorly right now. I needed to run this in, and then now I screwed that up. Now I just lose to a top deck. Yeah, that is really bad by me. Yeah, I just like miscounted. I thought I clicked on the symbiote. Man, that's Losing focus here. Oh, I threw that. I had yeah that one I thought I did the math before and I thought I clicked on this symbiote but I just messed up. No, it wasn't even that. It's just I did the math in my head. I thought I clicked everything. Brutal. That is what I get for not, you know, paying attention. When I just assume the game's over. I had, in my defense, it has been a long day too. I woke up at what's it called? I woke up at 4:30 this morning, and now it is 11:30. Granted, I guess it was 6:30 because I was in Hawaii time. But my own fault. I do not know why they're playing so many removal spells though. Like that's kind of interesting to me. Yeah, I mean it's not an excuse; it's an explanation. Probably the best way I can explain it. I just love how some of these players try to cheese victories with Eternal and Wasteland. It can be effective. It's just like really funny to me. This is gonna be a problem, I think, post board for us because they will have Plague Engineer. I did what I did right there because we need to hit land drops, and if that meant just cycling the glimpse, so be it. Oh my god, really? Yikes. Man, that's really brutal. Here, I don't want to get blown out by an engineer. So I'm just gonna attack with these two. I have the trophy, and then I want an endurance. I guess if people are playing Grixis, like might not be good to play run afoul now, especially if lands is like changing the way it is. Thank you for the follow, hamster. 1379. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. We could have hit their land, but like this feels really bad. It's like a 3 for 1, right? I'm just mad at myself for throwing that first game when we had it won. Like I chose the worst line, which was not have lethal or force him to block, and then not be able to cast the Visionaries to dig for natural order, right? Or not even chose, but like I just didn't click on the symbiote, which was my intent to. I just ran the math beforehand and then figured out, oh, they need to block everything. What is taking my opponent so long? Yeah, it could be that. Come on. But yeah, I like the two lines there, or you go all. Actually, the correct line was the one we did. It's just if we executed correctly. The not as good line, I think, would have been. Well, actually, that's not true. Let me think about that for a second. Because if DRC flips, we probably lose the game. So I think it's probably correct to attack with all. And then the other line, obviously, which is not as good but still decent, is you bounce Visionary a few times and then hope to hit the natural order. I will get some water. I think Mike, the line you mentioned is like decent. Yeah, for sure. It's just like major punt is all. Actually, Gris was no, I'm thinking of the other. Was it the other? When did they cast Kolgan command against us? Was that the first game? Yeah, it was. So we didn't have Gris. We can bring up our list in the time being. Based on the matchups that I've seen today, like the Rutherford like feels a lot worse. Right? If Lance is no longer, all right, there you go. Finally. I appreciate that, Mike. Yeah, I think if you do start playing Elves, that'd be awesome. My opponent said sorry about that. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. I had a major punt in the previous game. I didn't. I meant to attack God. Didn't click on one of my guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wait, what? Holy shoot! I did not board correctly. Oh my god. Well, that is probably game losing. Shoot. Alright, I am just like mentally zoned out, I think. I didn't even board out the natural orders. I took out the hoof and the archon, but I didn't board in the endurance. Opponent should have not played a land drop there. But it's not gonna matter because we screwed up. Like big time. Shoot. 2, 3, 4. Oh man, I messed up big time right there. I think we bogged in and then where did our oh, we lost the other endurance. Pretty lucky flip there, to be honest. Sorry, audience. I completely botched this match. Interesting here. It could be a Culligan's command. That we're seeing here. Maybe they kill one of the insect tokens. I actually should have killed the. What did they do? Wow, they targeted me. Interesting. This is a disaster. Like boarding out your natural order targets and keeping the natural order in. Our opponent is giving us a chance by their plays, though. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're not that far away from 11. And we block here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So just short. Oh, okay. Thanks. I didn't even check, but that's good to know. It does. So that'd be at 12. Um, this is quite annoying though. We're a little bit short. This drawing these natural orders is just game losing for me because we just did not board like appropriately. I like mentally checked out. Like we boarded out the natural order targets, but we didn't board out the natural order. We don't have any more harbors. They're both in the yard, and our opponent is not playing well too. But we can't punish it because we screwed up. I don't think we have a route to victory, unfortunately, based on the way this game play, or the way we screwed up with the sideboarding. Like our opponent's not playing very well either, and we just lost because we boarded wrong. Thank you for the raid, Nathan. We are not. We like completely screwed up this game by not boarding correctly. In terms of like, I forgot to take out the natural orders, but I took out the natural order targets. Like I was in a rush, I guess. Man. Like we win both this game and the other game easily if I'm like even careful. It would require our opponent screw up, and yeah, they're not falling for it. Well, actually, yeah, there's a now, I guess. We like threw this game badly. Like this is what happened. We boarded out. We meant to board out the NO package, and then I just like brain farted and didn't bring out the natural orders for the endurances. That this one's on me. Like both games. Not clicking on all the attackers game one, and then just like not clicking on all the cards that board out game two. Might be just one of those nights. Like I need a. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't. I can't tell if I'm just like mentally out of it or whatnot. But we should not have lost this. We should not have lost this match. For those of you who are coming in from Nathan's stream and Mr. Lee's stream, we went 3-2 in our first league. I forget what we lost to. Let me bring that up actually. We lost to Dead Guy Ale and the new lands build that people are playing with Mulch and Winding Wind or Winding Way. Sorry. And then again, we lost that same lands deck. Different player though. Here with Brian for the win. And then CCD Smash was on uh, Espervile, and we lost to Necroplasm. That one, I think these two, we probably played fine. I didn't realize Necroplasm has Drench. So killing it doesn't really do anything in my opinion. Um, I guess they can continue to recur, right? Like, but I use a removal spell. It's not why we lost, but something to keep in mind in the future. But definitely should not have lost this match for that. I just like completely threw away, like both games. Like we lose to Ball in game one, but they already used I think two or three of them. I think three actually. But okay, let's put that loss behind us now. It is what it is, and try to finish the strong. Definitely not playing my best today, and the rust from taking the last 5 days off shows. Looks like we're playing it's probably high tide. It's basic island, like that's something a high tide player I think would do. And a preordain, obviously. The fact that they paused also. Um, I think I'm gonna take the Baseju just in case, but I'm almost certain they're on high tide. Like I know people are really, fond of their basic lands, but like this is like straight up giving information. I think could be show and tell too. That's the other thing it would be, right? Non-snow, but I suspect it's high tide. Yeah, that's kind of confirmed it. Well, actually, no. Could be show and tell now. What is going on with the lotus petals? Hmm. I'm a little bit confused now. I don't think I should be attacking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking high tide or show and tell. Yeah, there's a. It's probably show and tell. I could have actually collected Oof. That might have been better actually. Now that I think about it. Hmm. Now this gets interesting. Double stone rain my opponent essentially. I don't think that matters. So Nathan has the answer, right? Looks like it's a Omni Sneak deck. So we're bringing the thoughts here. I kind of suspect anyway, show until after they reveal Lotus Petal, and then the volcanic island. I think um, further enforces that, so to speak. Run foul are notably pretty good here. So this are the trophies. Interesting to consider oof into kill volcanic. I don't think so because I don't think oof is worth it in general because we don't really stop their fast lotus petal hands. Like I think this is actually a pretty interesting keep. Um, Probably a keep actually with the run of foul. So it's vulnerable to pyroclasm, but I think we're okay with that. I think we want to sandbag that. Could be a removal spell here. Sure. If they have everything here, and when I say everything, sneak attack creature, we live with it. That's 3 extra mana they have to go up here. Alright. So I think definitely we take the sneak attack because the others are redundant. And the way to play around the pyroclasm here is with a waterwood. They drew 2 sideboard cards, and we've drawn 2, so it's pretty pretty level playing field so far, I guess. They shuffled off the ponder, which is fine. I think this is when we. Interesting that they didn't jam when. I guess they were scared of it, which I ended up being a wash because we drew Dossies. Sure, yeah. Shields are down for 1 turn, but I'm okay with that. I technically could have got a Birch Lord there, but I think I'm okay with shields down 1 turn. That's actually bad sequencing by me. I would have been potentially a little punished. All right. Kind of anticlimactic way to win there, but we'll take it, I guess. We went 2-3, not great. Notably, the losses were to uh, Esperville, lands that is no longer running Merit Lage, and then this one was just an epic punt by me in terms of not clicking on all attackers, and then followed up by boarding, not essentially not paying attention when I boarded. I did not bring in the I boarded out the natural order targets, but didn't board out the natural orders themselves, and as a result, got punished because we drew multiple natural orders and didn't have anything besides a grist to natural order into. I'm not too concerned about this loss because I felt like we were pretty ahead otherwise. And then I think the lands matchup, I it's hard for me to gauge because I can't tell if the two lands matches we played tonight are going to be popular going forward. But we did lose to them in Merit League, and run afoul notably felt kind of bad. Granted, it was pretty good here as a security blanket, but I don't really expect to run into much show and tell anyways. I do expect to play more against more Lance players for whatever that's worth. I don't remember what our opponent. Oh, this was Burn, but not really that relevant. Here's the list again. I think going forward, debatable if we want the run afoul or not, because if especially if Lance is no longer gonna play Merit Lage, that probably means this might not be worth it anymore. So we will see. The Leyline won a match against Reanimator earlier, but we have some slack there. I think if Land goes away from Punishing Fire, for instance, and only has recursion via Life from the Loam, Leyline may not be as worth it, right? Also, we probably don't even need Leyline against Reanimator, but it helps. It's the biggest swing in percentage for a card. Did anybody have any questions for me? Or any recommendation for who you want me to raid? Tonight was rough from this perspective, but we were pretty rusty, and I don't know if that factored in or not with round four here by just throwing two games that we had no business losing. So looking at the recommended channels, let's see if there's any legacy. The Will Hall EXP is 24-hour PT coverage. What? Maybe that's interesting. Minguchi is also playing modern. I don't know if there's any requests. I guess I'll raid the Will Hall. Thanks everyone for showing up. Want to apologize for some sloppy play in round four, or not even play, but just mechanically not clicking on the right cards and whatnot. But with that said, I'm glad to have played Magic again tonight, and do appreciate everybody coming out to support, and make sure to follow me on the various channels if you haven't. Here are my social accounts again, and I will raid Will at the moment. Yep, so thanks again. Hope to see everybody next stream. Don't know when that will be yet, but it will be soon.